We should be live on YouTube now. This is actually probably why my last, like, dozen streams didn't work. Be why my TTS didn't work either. Yep. There we go. TTS is working now. My bot was just listening to be like, are you going live? Also, I managed to figure out how to fix the HDR issue that I was having. It was 100% because of the 10-bit color. So I should get... Oh, we got a horizontal stream, but we don't have the vertical stream. Oh, that's disappointing. So much for the auto vertical stream. So I know that's a known issue. See if I can undo shit. So I had it set up on my bot to ignore in streamer bot to ignore my well, itself. And yeah, I think I screwed that up. Try building an if statement on the fly here. Remember how to do this. I'm just gonna have to deal with it for the stream. I think it's only like one message that gets announced in YouTube right now, so I'm just gonna have to deal with it. I honestly don't remember how to set the if-else statement up. Now, what if I don't think this is gonna work, but I'll try it anyways. It's probably gonna scream at me saying, "You must schedule a stream." Oh no, it worked. Okay. We may be vertically live. Haha. Find out. It's all a learning process. Switching accounts. To studio. Is you. Looks like it's just a horizontal stream still. Yeah, I didn't schedule the other one, so it's not working. And YouTube is a butt when it comes to vertical streams because it only allows like top creators to use the encoder for vertical streams right now, which is kind of dumb. It's supposed to make an automatically cropped version of this stream so that it can be output, but yeah, it just automatically turns it off even after I toggle it on. That's fair. Whatever, we'll just leave it with the landscape stream for now, and we'll fix the vertical stream later. Audio and everything seems to be running okay. Useless bitch. YouTube should set themselves up like Twitch where it just automatically works. Like, I just had to hit stream on one thing for Twitch and it just boom, vertical feed, horizontal feed, all the feeds. Speaking of feed, damn, I'm hungry. Just... so weird. I wish that, like, they tried to push using Stream Manager so hard on Twitch, But then they go and do stupid things like making it so you can't see like other users online for raid targets and stuff. Like you should be able to like pop out Stream Manager. Ah, there it is. See. I might have this figured out now. I saw the ad break was coming, so I was like, I'll give it a shot to see if I can get this going too. Yep, there we go. There's my live stream. Ruh-roh. Did this just pile it into my already active stream? Uh-oh. Hang on. Hold up. Seems like I'm saying that a lot. My vertical stream. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. She could be just playing both though. We're gonna put this back to horizontal, and I'll try to figure out how to switch that back later. Oh no. It's not letting me switch it back on YouTube. Oh. That's it. No? Okay, let me switch stream keys. Just then, but now it's not letting me do it to switch it back. Okay. My options are end stream, not end stream. It's still displaying them both separately. It says live. That one. Oh, it says they're both live. Okay, hang on. This might be working. It is working! Yay! We have vertical and horizontal. Cool. Yep, okay, so we're live vertical and horizontal. It's rare as hell, but sure. Megaman 2 normal, Zippless, 30 minutes speedruns, and that is the same for both. Excellent. We're live there, and we are live there. Okay. We're all fixed up. Thank you, everybody, for the patience. Thank you for your patience. Let's get started on some runs, because we're already like 30 minutes or 45 minutes behind. Thanks, YouTube. Alright. Now, hopefully we don't have bizarre stuff going on like we did yesterday with the controller. All right. Oh. All right. We're finally good to go. So I've never been really happier to stream on original hardware. Apparently there's this massive controversy starting to erupt in the retro speedrun communities where apparently some people to gain a edge over, well, everybody else has been actually using multiple input devices at the same time for their games, because in some stages or during some mechanics it's easier to do things on controller than on keyboard. And I think that's kind of taking it a little bit too far. I mean, keyboards were allowed in multiple categories simply because, you know, accessibility reasons. But the fact that people are abusing that and using both, I think is going way too far. Because that's no longer an accessibility reason, that's a we are literally trying to just give ourselves every advantage possible kind of reason, which I completely disagree with. And honestly, if people are going to start doing that, yeah, it's 100% an exploit. Also, what's up, Exasperangton? If people are doing that, it's going to start calling into question whether or not emulation is even going to be allowed anymore. Or emulators are going to have to implement a way that only one input device is going to be able to be used at a time. Actually, I gotta reset. I took too much damage. But yeah, it's kind of very unfortunate because one group of people who decide to abuse this exploit could potentially ruin it for everybody. But I was also kind of somewhat aware that this exploit was happening anyways, just because when I was screwing around with emulation a bit myself, and this is why I made the choice to stick with original hardware, I realized that I could use things like macros easily. Like, I could actually fully task out an entire level by pressing a button on my keyboard. It just make it look like I'm actually hitting the buttons. The inputs and everything through the input tracker still showed up exactly the way that you would expect it to. And I was like, well, this is BS, and I'm 100% certain that somebody is doing this. Like a lot of those tricks in some games that require exact frame perfect movements, you could easily macro it. All you would need is a little tiny bit of knowledge of how TASs work. And to make it undetectable, all you would have to do is just certain mechanics and certain tricks you would macro out. The only way that you'd be able to catch it, even with a visualization, is someone would actually have to pay very close attention to when certain actions are executed. To see if the exact amount of intervals are time intervals are pressed during those times. And if a game has like a lot of tricks, then having to pace that out for every single time they do that would be annoying as fuck. I mean, could it be done? Yeah, but it would take validated. It would just completely destroy the validation process. Like, to validate one speed run that might be like an hour long, if that trick appears over 100 times, you're gonna have to check all 100 of those like frame perfect tricks or hard to execute tricks to make sure that a macro wasn't used. And it's only a matter of time before AI starts kicking in and people start using that for their speed runs as well. So unfortunately, I don't see any plausible way around this now. Eventually, either speedrunning is gonna die, or it's gonna switch to hardware only, and you need a hand cam. Because even with AI, you can't fool a hand cam. You probably could, but it would take a lot of resources and money to do something like that. I really want to get my hand cam up and running, but I don't know a way that I can do a hand cam that doesn't turn into a crotch cam. That's the thing that I don't like. I don't like having a camera pointed, like, in that area of my body. The only thing that I can think of to do is I'm gonna have to pick up like a green piece of fabric and put it down over my lap, and then just color key it out. Then it just looks like my hands are floating, like green screen my hands. But yeah, you know that there's someone out there trying to figure out a way that they can use and get around all the systems. Wherever there's money to be made somewhere or clout to be gained, someone's going to try to cheat their way into it. And another thing that I've found that is kind of grinding my gears a little bit is watching some of the speedruns that were being showcased on GDQ this year, and the amount of communities that are literally going in and hard modifying the game to remove quote-unquote unnecessary cutscenes or sections of the game because people just didn't like them. I don't agree with that. If that was the case, then how come us in the Megaman 2 community can't cut out all of our cutscenes? Like, they're pointless. You're just forced to sit there for a minute. I mean, it wouldn't be very hard to go in and snip it out. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being... Maybe I'm just being... crotchety. Oh, I may need to set up that filter for my bot. Well, I mean, yes, that is 100% a thing, and I agree with that, but it is an RPGs, but then it boils down to, is it still fair? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that making exceptions for one game or genre means that people now have an argument to make that exception for every game and genre, which is where the problems start. If you do it for one, you have to do it for all. But in the end, it comes down to what the majority of people deem as acceptable. For RPGs, I can kind of understand it, mainly because if you didn't do it for RPGs, people just wouldn't speedrun those games. Like, a 3-hour speedrun could very easily turn into like a 7-hour speedrun. And even though, you know, it's still a speedrun, but I mean, it's also one of those things, it's like people will choose to do those speedruns. And see, I'm of the mind that if you are speedrunning a game, the game should remain in a completely unaltered state. If you're gonna use glitches and stuff to skip like entire scenes and sections of a game, whether it be Mega Man, RPG, or whatever, you know, that's kind of on the developers. That's something that was done that should have been patched or caught before it was released, and it is up to the speedrunner at the speedrunner's discretion or the player's discretion whether or not they want to use it. But to go in and completely alter an ISO or whatever in order to just do a quality of life hack, no, I don't agree with that in any form, honestly. Yo, what's a pigeon fire? I just think that... Yo, thanks for that follow.
Alert. An incoming raid has been detected.
What are you playing today, Catching Fire? And welcome on in, Raiders. We're just talking about emulation versus original hardware. Gross. Washer? You. But what we were talking about just then, I honestly think that it just should be split into two categories. Emulation and non-emulation. Or original hardware versus emulation, that's it. Make it very, very simple. And people can just, you know, favor whatever category they prefer. I mean, they kind of do that already anyways, because you have the option to filter the leaderboards by that amount. Like, I can go into speedrun.com and I can filter out everybody that's listed as emulation. What is going on with me today? That's sushi cleaners? What? That is a very bizarre sounding game. Not gonna lie. I was gonna say, I haven't seen you on for a while, but my attendance has been pretty scarce, especially in the Megaman community. I had Siren in with me for a couple weeks, so I spent a lot of time with her. But yeah, mind you, I don't have anything against like emulation players or anything like that. It's just sucky when people go and abuse an exploit like that, because it just takes the emulation community, it makes the emulation community take a massive hit, because now there's going to be that air of, is this person cheating or not, going on until there's a remedy for it. Ah, gotcha. You had a doctor's appointment. There we go. That's better. Yeah, well, the multiple inputs things could mean so many different things. A lot of people right now are always focusing on the fact that some people are using keyboard and controller at the same time simultaneously. It can go further than that, because people can also integrate things like foot pedals and stuff like that as well. And it could essentially allow you to do like mega mashes. Because how long do you think it's going to take for somebody to modify or integrate like a drum kick pedal to be able to work simultaneously with their controller and or keyboard? Then you're gonna have people being able to like mash at like 700 mashes per second kind of thing. I jumped too soon there. And the worst thing about a setup like that is you would never know, because there's not going to be anything consistent about that kind of pattern input. See, it's actually really interesting because Nintendo actually thought about that, eh? Or 8-Bit Dough thought about it, one of the two. Because, for example, on the Wii U Pro controller that I'm using right now, I have 2 buttons that I can use to fire. Only 1 button for jump. And in theory, I should be able to kind of like piano roll those 2 buttons to fire extremely fast. However, what actually happens is when I hit one of those buttons to fire, it actually deactivates the other one. So you can't get like a double input. Because otherwise I'd be able to mash like a fiend. What is going on? Apparently I am just terrible today. But yeah, so A, B, X, Y. So B and X are the buttons for firing on the Wii U Pro controller. And if I hit them both at the same time, I don't get 2 shots. I only get the 1. And if I try to cycle back and forth between them really quick, I'll actually get a slower than average firing cycle. Right? Now, I never tried the left and right thing on this controller because technically, I guess you could with the analog stick. Because you can use analog or D-pad. But I don't know a way to be able to test something like that in a Megaman game. And honestly, if I tested it and found out that you could do it, then I'd probably just stop using the controller. God, I got like a delay going on. Not in the controller or anything, but it's like a delay in my brain. Like 10 years ago when I first got on Twitch and started like as like a viewer, and I've heard people talk about this whole debate. Someone basically put it the best way I could think of possible. The can of worms is open, it's just a matter of time before it just gets out of control. And I think we're getting to that out of control portion of it now. I mean, look at games like Fortnite and whatnot. You got people going and modding their controllers to put like little Raspberry Pis things in there for auto aim and shit. Give it time. Someone's gonna create a leaderboard called something like Only Ness. Oh, it's definitely a cat and mouse kind of situation. See, what we need is a really good like video game crash, like that all the retro video games just go down in value by like 90% so that they become obtainable. For a majority of people, that's the main leading cause of why they even emulate in the first place, is the fact that it's just too expensive to play on original hardware. Honestly, if I was part of the emulation community, the #1 rule I'd advocate for is, here is a community-approved list of controllers and emulations that want, or emulators that would be approved to be able to submit speedruns would have to adhere to those controllers only, and basically had to have like a on-screen display that that controller is what's in use. Nah, you don't even need a capture card anymore, man. A lot of people are just doing the webcam thing. They're just buying like a cheapo webcam that has shutter adjustment, and they're pointing it at a CRT. And people love it. That whole like old school retro aesthetic kind of feel. So then that way you don't have to invest in an upscaler, you don't have to invest in a capture card. You literally will just need a CRT that you can probably find at the dump. And a cheapo webcam. Honestly, if I knew that was actually a thing back when I started, that's the way I would have went. I wouldn't have bothered getting an upscaler or anything. Really? Where I live too, they're like a dime a dozen. I picked up a 46-inch Sony Trinitron for like $50. Or not 46, 36. And I'm constantly seeing them on Facebook Marketplace for like free. Like, I can go on Facebook Marketplace right now and find like Sony Trinitrons, Samsung, Sanyo, Citizen, like all those CRTs for like pennies or free. I guess it depends on your geographical location, but at the same time, like, I'm not in a heavily populated area. Yeah, that's the real problem, is the old hardware. Old consoles are starting to explode in value again. See, the retro game shop here is actually really good, and tries to keep everything local as possible. So I can go down there and I can pick up like a full NES action set, not CIB, but loose, and walk away with it for probably around $80. I love my CRT. I just kind of wish that I went and bought a smaller one, and I may still go and try to get like a 27-inch. The main reason why I went for the 36-inch is because, well, one, my eyesight, and two, it has video pass-through. So I can do, if I wanted to do a stream and still go through like a capture card and upscale it and everything for you guys, I can. Rather than having to modify my my NES for dual output. So I can put the the composite in through this. Actually, that'd probably make it look way better for you guys, now that I think about it. It'd basically be like RGB modding my, RGB modding my NES. Because I go in through composite, it come out through this video. Sorry, I guess I was stuck in my throat. Excuse me. But yeah, I have S-Video output on my CRT, so that's the main reason why I went for that one. And was actually willing to pay $75 for it. It was funny to watch the, so it was actually, I actually got it from a retro arcade that was closing down. And he got his nephew and one of his buddies to deliver it to me. It took like two teenagers and myself to carry that TV in from my driveway to my house. The thing weighs like 300 pounds. Yo, what's up, Aegis Slayer? I am early today. Oh, I'm trying to stay on schedule. Also, the colors should look a lot better now. What? Disagree. This is a uber dead run. Yep, okay. Reset. Reset it is. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a schedule that's going to work for me, Ancient, where I'm going to stick with it and try to be as consistent as possible. I hate saying this because I like streaming because I just like streaming and playing games, but I unfortunately need to try to make some kind of money off of it now that one of my disability checks end up getting cut temporarily anyways. I need to see if I can squeeze out a little bit more income while I'm off work until I can go back. There's not really much else I can do. And for anybody that's wondering, I was placed off work about 2.5 months ago because I had a really severe dip in my eyesight, which impacted my ability to do my job. So right now I'm also undergoing training to use like advanced screen readers and stuff like that, so that hopefully I can get back to work as soon as possible. But I work for the provincial government, and they are slow as shit at doing everything, so Yeah. And for anyone living in the States that doesn't understand that, it's basically the same as working for the state. But no need of dragging real life problems and all this stuff. If I can find a way to get a CRT into my small little office here and actually comfortably set everything up, I'm definitely going to do it. I mean, I love my OLED and everything, but I'm having to do a lot of jumping through hoops to get it to work properly. Come on, man. Ah, calla. Left a couple of those corners a little wide. But it will be interesting to see where everything ends up going. There's so much happening right now in video games, it's hard to tell where everything is going. You got Sony getting rid of physical discs and shutting down their older stores. Come on, what the hell? I'm not sure if it's true or not, or if it's just a rumor, but apparently Xbox or the new versions of like Series X and S and onwards are going to be making it so you can actually buy a physical disc and install it on your console and actually own it. Like, apparently the physical disc will automatically unlock the digital download. Now, that's the way it's presented, or was presented in the coverage that I saw on it, but it didn't mention anything about the game actually being on the disc. It still kind of sounds like it's just a download code. Now, if they did both, and they included the download code on the disc along with the entire game, that would be like a big W for Xbox. But it's also probably going to mean that the prices on all their games is going to be like $200. Well, that's what we were promised like 20 years ago when they started doing this thing. And, I mean, that's what Xbox started. Like, on Xbox 360, you remember, if you had one, do you remember being able to just pop in your disc and then selecting the install game to storage? Like, this isn't new. Exactly, right? But the difference is now is they actually have the technology to give games unique identifiers. Back then, they didn't really do that, right? But now they're probably confident enough that they can release a physical game that has a unique identifier embedded into it to basically be like, okay, well, they can't exploit this. This copy of, I don't know, Call of Duty 7 has a unique license tied to the disc itself. So they can't just buy one copy and share it with 50 of their friends or the internet. Whereas back in the Xbox 360 days, you needed the disc, a disc, to be able to load the game, but people who could just spoof it. As long as you could trip the kind of fail-safe to basically say there's a disc that matches that in the console, it was fine. But now they're making it so you can just install the game and then never have to put the game back in the console again. And if that is what they did, then Xbox just single-handedly won the console wars. That even beats out, like, Nintendo. Because Nintendo, you can't install their games from the cartridge. Almost every single Nintendo game that I have ever purchased requires you to connect to the internet to download, like, a 5 gig day zero patch to fix things that... whatever. I'm not getting anywhere with this. I'm gonna have to go back to my other controller. I'm seeing the issue with this controller now. I noticed it in Darkwing Duck yesterday when I was playing it, actually. There's a major inconsistencies on jump heights. Like, sometimes I'll just do, like, a quick tap, and it'll do, like, a full-on jump. Yeah. And I don't know why it's doing it. And, may mean that I'm gonna have to go back to the nest brick. Like, I don't mind the nest brick, honestly. I actually like the controller. It's just... it hurts. No, the button's not sticking or jamming. It's... I think it's just a Wii U controller and versus the retro receiver. have had a couple weird things happen where, like, for whatever reason, the right analog stick just doesn't work for some reason, or it'll be stuck on continuous vibrate. I was in the middle of playing Darkwing Duck yesterday, then all of a sudden, my controller just started, like, vibrating non-stop, and I'm like, well, this is, like, fun mode, I guess, for someone. Speaking of vibrating controllers, have you guys seen what people have been doing with the Steam Deck controller? Yeah, no, that's bad. You do not want that happening in, well, any game, but Gaiden is even worse. But yeah, the videos of people doing Steam controller races, fucking hilarious. PTS didn't read something that you have recommended. I don't know. Try to concentrate in these sections now. Ooh. Rather slow Cloud than dead Megaman. And I was late. Oh, question marks. Yeah, so the Steam controller is completely like modifiable even on a software and firmware level. So you can actually program the motors to play like certain songs and sound effects and stuff like that. As well as people have gone to the website that allows you to vibrate the controller in different ways. And you can literally drive your controller around on the floor with the vibrations. One person even went as far as like one person has actually gone through the process of writing a code that when they put their controller down on the floor, the controller will automatically drive itself back to the charging dock. I was like, man, how lazy do you have to be to do that? I mean, it's still really freaking cool, but I don't see any practical use for that. Right? Every guy that plays games, their efficiency or skill level goes down by like 50% because they can't get the girlfriends off their lap. God damn it, I can't see. I never really understood the impact of vibrating controllers, to be totally honest. I got it for, like, using it as, like, indicators and everything. Like, the use that they used, or what they used it for in Ocarina of Time for the grottos and everything, that was actually really cool. I liked how they did that. But I don't need... I don't know if it's just me, but I don't need a violently vibrating controller in my hand or in my lap to tell me that there's an explosion going on in a cutscene. Like, I can clearly see the big ball of fire in the middle of my screen. I don't really need a going on the entire time. If anything, it's just really distracting. Especially if you know it's going to be like a longer cutscene and you want to put the controller down for a second to just go grab like a cup of coffee or something. You can't do that, because the second you put that controller on the coffee table, guess what happens? It vibrates right off the coffee table. Yeah. I'm guilty of that. I do the tilt. And I also do the pressing the button to make the car go faster. Like you pressing down harder on X in order to make your car go faster. That's bizarre. This is gonna be really slow. Yeah, no, I royally messed that up. Oh, welcome to the Flash and 1/2 of Airman stream. I mean, I guess technically I kind of do it in Megaman as well. Not the lean thing, but the pressing a button harder. Like, if I had to make, like, a series of, like, wiggles and stuff, I find that I actually press down on the D-pad way harder the longer I press it. Leaps and bloops. I mean, at least when you press down the button harder, it kind of works with jumps. Because you do jump higher the longer you press it, but has nothing to do with how hard you press it. But I mean, I guess that our brains are kind of conditioned to that from when we're young and we are introduced to like a pedal on a bike or on a pedal on a car or a go-kart or whatever, you know, you press down further on the gas pedal and you go faster. So when you pick up a controller, your brain automatically thinks, hey, well, this is the same thing. As for the leaning thing, that is definitely a perceptual thing. Especially if you've played any racing sim in, like, an arcade. I used to do it all the time in, like, Burnout and Sega Rally Racing. I mean, it's especially bad for people who had the opportunity to play the arcade motorcycle games, because you literally had to lean in order to turn. Oh, Burnout. You were a fun game. I'm gonna have to nuke my YouTube bot. Because the way that YouTube actually does up its streams for vertical and horizontal, like, every time my bot talks in that channel, it talks in both of them, and then my TTS reads it, whatever my bot says, twice. I did have it filtered so that it would ignore anything that my bot had said, but I accidentally deleted the filter, and I can't remember how to put it back. Because I had to write an if statement to basically say, if chatter equals Zatoichi Yard, then do nothing. Otherwise, then send it to SpeakerBot. One of these days, I'm gonna have to do like a behind-the-scenes stream where I like show off all the intricate and ridiculous things that I had to do to be able to stream my content and be like engaging and interacting with chat. You guys would be like, "Holy crap! I just look at chat on the screen." I'm like running like 16 programs in the background just to be able to do what one person can do with like 2 programs. Do this better. I'm jumping too soon. It's better to jump late than jump early. But going back to the whole schedule thing, so I'm gonna try to schedule my streams at least a day or two beforehand. So that way you guys can actually check my stream schedule and see like what I am actually going to be playing on that day, know when to tune in, blah 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 blah, and try to keep it on like a consistent basis. The times are probably still going to be fluctuating, so I'm not going to do it as a recurring thing. But at least it'll be accurate for it's like, oh, well, you know, if you check it out, it's like, oh, well, I can see Blind Spot is going to be streaming at noon today. So I know that if I'm doing something, that I can go tune in there. I got a lot of meetings and planning to do over the next week or so, so I'm still going to be kind of a bit all over the place. I got a lady coming in from out of town to do what's called independent living assessment training. She's going to teach me how to, like, cook and clean in a way that it doesn't put me at in harm's way, because I'm tired of burning myself on the stove. As well as proper cane training techniques and everything. Like, I've had cane training before for using my cane, but I never really went through with the whole process of it because I still had majority of my vision. I was like, well, I don't need to be using this stick to get around. I can see just fine. Can't say that anymore. Also, very tired of walking in potholes. Potholes, sewer grates, construction sites. I made one guy really angry at me because I accidentally walked into a patch of wet asphalt. Somewhere in the city, there is a sidewalk that has my blueprint in it. To be fair, though, it wasn't my fault. They didn't have any of the barriers or anything set up to indicate that it was a construction zone. They're also doing a sidewalk in the road at the same time. Why is it not jumping? That time I hit it. Is it that my controller is not jumping while holding right sometimes? Seems to be fine. I was practicing tiptoes there because I want to see what's going on with the inconsistency with my jump height. System in place. Oh. Yeah, all these are just very quick taps. And it's not consistent at all. Like, for the most part, it's all doing the same, but every now and then it pops, like, one up to a medium jump. And, yeah, that's what's happening to me. That time, that's twice? 3 times? Okay, yeah, this controller's done. I was wondering what was going on with this. Hang on, I'm swapping controllers. So when moving left and right, it seems like every now and then the controller will not take inputs from other buttons. And also, the button press consistency is completely just off the wall. Controllers, and only a couple of them that are like in really good shape. And I can't find the one that Okay, we'll try this one. It seems okay-ish. I'm sure I'll find something wrong with this too, but... The D-pad on this is very finicky. I got a funny feeling I already know what the issue is with it. I kind of wonder if you can get any, like, covers to put on, like, the D-pad and stuff to make it a little softer. But, I mean, that kind of plays back into the whole pressing buttons really hard kind of issue that we were talking about. The main reason why the D-pad on the NES controller tears up people's hands, especially speedrunners, is because of that extra force that we end up doing to try to get precise inputs. Nah. It was a, like I said, it was a Wii U Pro controller, and the thing is brand new. Like, I'd say it may have gotten, like, a month and a half of use. Yeah. I never used my Wii U for, like, anything at all. I picked it up for Twilight Princess, and I still haven't played it. Right now, it's been sitting in my console for, like, a year and a half. Well, no, I put it back in the case. Alright, that was a me problem. That was a me forgetting where the start button is too on the controller. And I almost did it again. And I did do it again. Yeah, I'm... because I'm using the piano grip, I'm, like, keep on pressing above instead of, like, to the side, because all the buttons on the NES brick are all completely horizontal with each other. They're all aligned perfectly straight. The Wii U Pro controller, I had to turn the controller slightly towards me and put my fingers on an angle on the buttons. So now I gotta get used to not having to do that. Honestly, I kind of wish that the NES Classic Mini controller ended up working out. I was really, really hopeful that was going to be, like, my answer to shitty controllers. If this is the controller I think it is, my issues are going to become very, very obvious once I get Metal Blades. I'm pretty sure the diagonal inputs on this controller are like super touchy. Because I know I had at least one where if I would try to like fire something straight, it would always go diagonal. I'm very glad to find out that I've managed to figure out how to do the color correction properly, though. For anybody that wants to play their games in high dynamic range, and you don't, and you want to output it to SDR, this only works for an Elgato card, and only an Elgato card that supports HDR. Obviously, but if you go into your 4K capture studio or whatever, there's actually an option, a hidden option. I don't know why they hid it, but they hid it. If you hold on control and then you click the gear icon, it'll give you access to that option, and it allows you to use the Elgato's HDR tone mapper, which basically does a really good job at downscaling HDR content to SDR. And the option allows you to run it in the background so that it can be used with third-party programs like OBS. Pain in the ass, but it does work. Also, MV12 and Rec 709 color space. And apply a HDR tone mapper again in our filter on OBS. Oh shit. I threw away a god pattern. At least we're out of air, man. We're probably plus like 6, but we're out of air, man. Only plus 2, basically. See, what I would love to do is get one of those mechanical switch, like wired NES controllers. Oh man, they look so nice. But at the same time, I can't justify spending like $300 or $400 for one of them. There's one that I was looking at. Yeah, it was like $300 US for it, and I'm like, fuck no. Not for an NES controller. But yes, I guess I get that it's kind of like very niche and bougie looking kind of thing, but at the same time, it's like I just need a functional controller. I don't need any of the bougie artwork and stuff that's on it. Got some good hoppin' dops. And I got a fresh loaf of raisin bread out of my kitchen. That's all I can smell. Man, it smells so good. I'm not a huge fan of cinnamon, like eating a lot of it, but damn, does it ever smell good. Oh, that sucked. It's like cinnamon raisin bagels. They're really good too. Just with like a little bit of butter on it. Yum. I am definitely 100% a breakfast person. Like, I don't really care too much about like dinner and lunch and dinner. But breakfast, yeah. Alright, here we go. Oh. Well, would have helped if I menued the right thing, too. Alright. The hitbox is still there. Okay, let's just get through this section really quick. Okay, everybody forget that you just saw that. I may or may not have forgotten to go to Metal Man. Oops. Can't blame that on the controller. So I'm very much considering making Darkwing Duck my next speedrun. I had a lot of fun with it last night, and it doesn't appear like there's a lot of RNG elements to the game. Though that water dude, or sewer dude, whatever he is, definitely has RNG with him. Because he is not consistent when he pops up and becomes vulnerable. Same thing with the werewolf guy. His patterns are always changing. But as long as the RNG stays like that, that's fine. And it's probably like weaknesses and tricks to those guys that I don't know of yet that'll significantly cut that down. I hate getting hit by hitboxes of enemies that are already dead. See if I can do the drop. Nope. 2 seconds right now. I knew I jumped too soon there. Just to break in the controller, we're just going to go on through a couple more stages. Oops. Close. Did anybody notice if there was any Megaman runs during GDQ this year? I didn't see any. Suck. That should have worked. Sadly, the NES brick is definitely the superior controller still. I mean, I could always try getting one of the, like, replacement things for the brick. I think there's, like, a couple on Amazon, but most people recommend sticking with rubbers rather than silicone. problem is just finding a place that you can actually still get the rubber. Oops. Okay, you can all piss off now. Yeah, there it is. There it is. I was like, there's gotta be a problem why I wasn't using this controller. Gotta go help one, right? Yeah, it's the diagonal up and to the right. Yeah, like, right now I'm holding up and to the right, and sometimes it's going... Sometimes it's going straight, sometimes it's going up and to the right. Yeah. That's a problem. See. Down. Down right. Down left. Straight. Hell. I might be able to live with it now that I'm aware that it's there. It just means that whenever I have to do a shot up and to the right, I'm gonna have to really press it down. It's only the upper diagonals that seems like there's a problem with. It's gonna make Wily Machine a little bit annoying, but if I get the damage transfer, I won't have to worry about it anyways. Solution for it is literally just vice grip the crap out of that directional. That direction. My poor YouTube is so empty. Sniff, sniff. No one loves me on YouTube. So I'm gonna try to dedicate like some days for like obviously Mega Man 2 speedruns and Mega Man like content. But I want to dedicate a couple days of the week to doing JRPGs. I'm just trying to figure out what days would be the best to do JRPGs. Because oddly enough, Oddly enough, it seems like whenever I play a JRPG, I get to meet a lot of new cool people. And, yeah. We want some more people. We want to expand the community. Like, I think when I played Lunar, I end up getting like 20 new people in. And when I played Parasite Eve, I got like 30 new people in or something like that. Yay, we had a good Flashman. I wonder if the split's actually messed up. That's good. Find out in the next week or so whether or not we'll be able to go ahead with the giveaway as well. Basically, I'm just waiting to hear word from my doctor what the whole situation with my return to work is going to be like. If it's going to be delayed longer, then I'm going to do the giveaway. Because I'll actually have the time to do it. And just a reminder of that giveaway is that the two prizes that are going to be up for grabs, or potentially up for grabs, I should say, are going to be a original Super Nintendo Model 1, as well as a complete in-box copy of Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. If you're from outside of North America, you'll have to provide your own AC brick, as I do not have European outlets. Why am I trying to explain things while doing Airman stage? This is not smart. But we made it through. I got scammed. Getting that pattern twice in a row is so scammy. What I'll probably do is during the giveaway, I'll actually play Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past at the same time as I'm doing it. Where it is a Model 1 cart that has never been basically touched, I will ask whoever wins whether they want the battery replaced or not before I send it, because the likelihood that the battery is dead in it is probably pretty high. And I don't want to send somebody a cartridge they can't even play. That would be really dumb. But, you know, some people just want the aestheticness of everything, and they don't really care if the battery is intact or not, or playable or not. How I took damage there. Now that I've actually found a somewhat what I figure is a decent source of replacement batteries. ideally, if I was the one doing the solder jobs, then I would buy a bunch of CR2032 battery holders so that whether or not it's a good battery or not, you could just pop a new one in. But that's a little bit more involved and also requires more modification of the original hardware, which I'm not really a fan of. I'd much rather just replace the battery. Been an average fight. I may actually do a replay of Lufia very soon, because it still bugs me that I didn't get to do it on the original cart. In fact, I had to do that on an FX pack, kind of like, ugh. Yuck. Oh, the start button is... I need to be aware of that too. Start button is not very responsive either. What I need to do is I need to start making some Franken controllers. Start just like piecing together, working in components of controllers and switching out rubbers and stuff. Right on. Close. I mean, if you're willing to pay a premium on them, then Omega Coma does mechanical switch NES controllers, but I think they go for like 200 to 300 US. I've heard from a couple people that they're actually really nice. Like, he puts a lot of work into them. Yeah. That was my reaction, too. I would love to have one, but I'm not willing to take that big of an investment. I'm more of a variety streamer than, like, a NES speedrunner. But if I, like, solely only did NES and that was it, then I might look at it as a more of a worthwhile investment. but where I'm kind of bouncing back and forth between a bunch of different consoles, I don't really see that there's much of a point. He does do giveaways every now and then where he gets a controller away for free. Oh yeah, especially in like this economy. I just realized I know what the issue is that I'm having with this controller too, why the inputs are off. The D-pad is not an SD pad. It's a third-party D-pad. It's like one of the ones off of those really cheap turbo controllers. I was wondering why it felt weird. It's actually smaller than the standard. Yeah, someone must have swapped them out. I knew I messed up the advertisements. Well, I was like, kind of just like fidgeting around with it, and I was like, wait, why can I do circles with the D-pad? Then I like took a closer look at it. I was like, oh, that's not even a NES or like a Nintendo D-pad. This is 100% like a knockoff or a reproduction one. I imagine it's probably the same issue that I would have if I got like one of the Amazon 3D printed D-pads too. That is not going to fit the mold correctly. I have noticed since I switched to using this controller, though, I'm not missing that jump anymore. I'm gonna guess that maybe there was input delay, but is a very minute amount. It's probably just like 10 seconds or 10 milliseconds of input delay versus like 9 seconds or 1 second of milliseconds of input delay. But anything that'd be enough to even make the difference of 1 pixel would be noticeable. Walmart once I'm done stream today. I hate going to Walmart. It's always way too crowded. I need caffeine. I knew I should have pause buffered. Bad flashman stage. Mess up my birds. I messed up my birdies. Bastard. Maybe it will actually be nice and just give me a drop pattern. Good enough. This is the best pattern I've had yet today. Whew. Scurry. Yeah. It's not streaming for too long. That might be two eyes all. Definitely bleeding time there too. As long as I remember that the up and to the right is messed up, that's all I gotta remember. Pretty decent Bubble Man stage. I still don't understand how I'm losing so much time. The Bubble Man fight, I guess. Getting 3 bubbles does mess you up quite a bit. No! Man. Oh, this is over. There's just no way I can make this now. Not even close. Not even fucking close. I still think that there's something that I'm doing very wrong in Bubble Man stage. I'm gonna have to do like some research on it. At least I'm starting to get readjusted back into using the nest brick. One of the oddest things to get used to when using the NES controller is how shallow the inputs are. Like, you barely need to even, like, touch them at all, and they go off. On, like, modern controllers, you need to move, like, the button down at least, like, a millimeter or two in order to get it to do anything. On the nest brick, you basically don't even need to move it, like, half a millimeter. But that comes at a price, too, because at that, like, half millimeter movement sensitivity, it also can come off by half a millimeter. Which is why, I guess, a lot of us, like, crush the crap out of our buttons. Because if we let up on the pressure at all, then we'll have dropped inputs. That would have been so good. Let's see. Tiptoes. Nope. My thumb is already starting to hurt. Freeze time, not doing it. Not doing it. Wait. I got a screen wrap. Better, but we hit that corner. That was a bit better stage. Yay! Finally got through that section. Yeah. It's slow going through that section, but still probably the fastest I've done yet today, which is sad, but it is what it is. Finally have a run going that's not complete and utter butt. I mean, it's not good, but it's still green, kind of. It's like 0.00001. Ooh. I thought I was eating a laser to the face. Big bowl of laser rose. Oh, I'm in trouble. I thought for sure I wasn't making it out of this level alive. Losing time, but oh, that's okay. That's okay. We only lost a second or so. That's one of our major time saves down, though. Ugh. Why is the start button so stiff? Uh-oh. Okay. It's like the slowest Metal Man kill ever. It's like dunk, 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 dunk. think that was a 2 bubble. I have not had one run out of heat yet today. Let's change that, please. That. Going for 20 minutes, we can't. Still gonna have to jump. Ah! Diagonals. What? We're still getting the hell out of here. If we can get a 30-30, we're still gonna save at least a second or two. $90-30, yay. Good old average. Saved about 3 seconds. We're still on plausible PB pace. Yep. Yep. Of course that would happen. Try that again. Just rolling with it. PB is like super dead. I can't even get a sub 31 for this now, I don't think. I can. It's gonna be really difficult. What? Why did I jump through the item too? That was weird. I should have landed on that. I'll be lucky if this sub's 32s at this point, I'd say. We can still go for some golds. Why not? I think after this run here, I'm going to take a few-minute break to grab something to snack on and grab a drink. To get the nom-noms. Nom-noms. Way brighter than it should be. That's bright on my screen. I apologize as to how bright it is on your guys' screen. Also, definite photosensitivity warning. It's normal on the other screen, kind of. Uh-oh. I wasted AI too, so it should be fine. Whoa! Okay, yeah, the diagonal kind of failed me there. I gotta find my other one. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Pico's gonna suck. I'm gonna have to avoid using that one if I can. I try to get under it to avoid using diagonal buttons. No, that's a super dead run, and I need to find my controller. That's not crap. Yeah. Yeah, the diagonal buttons on the right side of the D-pad are just not working. I'd say if I'm pressing up and to the right, I have like a 30% success chance that it's actually going to go in that direction. Otherwise, it's just going to go either straight or straight up. Or straight to the right or straight up. So I need to figure out what the hell is going on with what's going on with that. But I will be back in just a few minutes. I'm going to put up the Be Right Back screen. And everyone take a minute to go stretch your legs, get a snack, get a drink of water, whatever, hydrate, and we'll be back in just a moment.
It's here. Batman, the video game. From Sunsoft. For the Nintendo Entertainment System. Let the battle begin.
Fear has no form. Fear has no name. But now, fear has an address. Castlevania, Symphony of the Night for your PlayStation. From Konami.
Sega presents one champion of good, one pawn of evil. It's Sonic and Knuckles. Not only is it the greatest Sonic game ever, it also comes with lock-on technology. Plug in Sonic 2 and use Knuckles to play in a whole new way. Plug in Sonic 3 for 34 megs of power, new worlds, and surprise endings. Sonic and Knuckles with lock-on technology, only on Sega Genesis. Sonic and Knuckles, other game cartridges, and Sega Genesis, each sold separately.
All the bases are on. 西暦2100 WX 年、レプリロイドたちの反乱が始まった。もう一人のヒーロー、ロックマン X。スーパーファミコンで新登場。君はまだ X を知らない。カプコン。
Who gives you raging arcade gameplay? Who gives you the most authentic sports games? Who gives you game that lets you fly? And who gives you access to the internet on your TV? Play games, surf the net, only on Sega Saturn.
Now, when you buy the Sega Genesis that comes with Sonic 1, you'll get Sonic 2 absolutely free. Sonic 2 handles stubborn stains, embarrassing bald spots, no problem. It even slices and dices, makes thousands of julienne fries. But wait, you can play it too. This free Sonic 2 is a $54.99 value. You get 2 Sonics for the price of 1. Sonic 2 fits easily into any tackle box. Made from a space-age polymer plastic for years of family fun. And pets love it too. Buy the Sega Genesis that comes with Sonic 1 and get Sonic 2 free.
Act now. Wiener Dog Sweater sold separately.
People, this is not a test. We are at DEFCON 5. Alpha Sector.
Check.
Tango Sector. Check. Delta Sector.
Only Sega Saturn has 3 32-bit processors.
Delta Sector.
3 processors mean better gameplay.
Delta Sector, you hear me?
Sony PlayStation only has 1.
3, 2, 1.
When you've got Sega Saturn, nothing else matters.
Sega!
The challenge is Metroid. The power is Nintendo. Defend the planet Zippless against the evil Mother Brain. It's survival or destruction. Do battle or die. Metroid only from Nintendo.
Okay, kid, show me what you got. Yeah, right. Next. Yes. Next. Ooh, scary. Next. Next.
Final Fantasy III. Do you have what it takes? Final Fantasy III from Squaresoft.
Next.
あのアクションゲームで大好評のロックマン X シリーズがついに32ビット機に登場。ロックマン X3 定評の爽快感あるアクションに今度はなんとアニメーションがドッキング。さらにリアルに、そして臨場感のあるアクションがプレイヤーを魅了する。 X を強化するパワーアップパーツや登場マシーンガイドアーマーの進化、そして X の侵入でプレイヤーキャラとして人気の高いゼロの登場。好評のシステムはそのままに全てをパワーアップしたロックマン X3。
Now, when you buy the Sega Genesis that comes with Sonic 1, you'll get Sonic 2 absolutely free. Sonic 2 handles stubborn stains, embarrassing bald spots, no problem. It even slices and dices, makes thousands of julienne fries. But wait, you can play it too. This free Sonic 2 is a $54.99 value. You get 2 Sonics for the price of 1. Sonic 2 fits easily into any tackle box. Made from a space-age polymer plastic for years of family fun. And pets love it too. Buy the Sega Genesis that comes with Sonic 1 and get Sonic 2 free.
Act now. Wiener Dog Sweater sold separately.
Beyond the edge of reality lies a story of ultimate conquest, a story of war and friendship, a story of a love that can never be, and a hatred that always was. And now, the most anticipated epic adventure of the year will never come to a theater near you. Final Fantasy VII.
PlayStation.
Where do we start?
How about his name?
That's his face. If that's his face, what's this?
Did you see the latest Nintendo newsletter?
Whoa, nice graphics. I'd like to get my hands on that game.
You mean you haven't played it yet? We can play it on my Nintendo Entertainment System. It's The Legend of Zelda, and it's really rad. Those creatures from Ganon are pretty bad. Octoroks, Tektites, Levers, too. But with your help, our hero pulls through. Yeah, go Link, yeah, get Zelda. Awesome. Intense.
The Nintendo Entertainment System. Your parents help you hook it up. The Legend of Zelda sold separately.
Evil stalks you once again in Castlevania 3, Dracula's Curse for Nintendo. But you possess the gift of transformation and become the vengeful ancient ghost pirate. or the son of Dracula who defies his father's fiends, or the mystic warlord with a cloak of magical powers. It's never the same adventure in the 17 worlds of terror of Dracula's Curse. Enter the Dracula's Curse sweepstakes today.
Before Nintendo came out with Super Metroid, we wanted to make sure it was the most intense Metroid battle ever. So we thought we'd see how Killer here would fare against it. Ready, boys? That's 24 megs worth of weapons, worlds, and weirdos old Killer's up against. Nintendo's biggest game ever. He's a big boy. He can handle it. Well, let's see how he did. Ship it! Super Metroid, only on the Super NES.
Fighting Vipers in the Viper Theater. Fighting Vipers, the ultimate fighting game, only on Sega Saturn.
Alright, we are back, and I found my good controller. Well, in air quotes, good controller. I forgot that I put it to one side and had it left on top of my, my NES box. Very easy to miss. I have it placed way too high up on the shelf. But, it should fix some things. I just accidentally resized my window, and that probably just screwed up literally everything in OBS. Yeah, that's what I thought happened. Fix it. Make it fit on the screen again properly. Stuff on my long feed too. try it this way. How do I see two sets of live splits? Oh no, I only see the one. It's just that. Okay, there we go. Almost. It's almost back to normal. So... So I'm actually adjusting my splits window, not the actual OBS window. So it's a little bit of a trial and error situation going on here right now. Okay. I'm gonna have to fix them properly later. Right now they're really messed up. Sorry about that, guys. Properly here. It should be over. All right. Tiny bit more. I need to be able to see the decimal places. There we go. That should be perfect there. Overhanging a little bit on the graphic, but that's fine. I can tweak that later. Sorry, if you guys haven't noticed, I probably have a little teeny tiny bit of OCD. Oddly enough, for visual things. And, well, more or less for things that I feel need to be fixed. Whenever I see something that's like, I can fix that, I'll do everything in my power to fix it without regard of any like amount of time. So I've been known to hyperfixate on very small details for very long periods of time. But anyways, let's get back into doing some runs. I think we still got a couple of hours left. This should be my good controller. Feels like it. I'm almost certain this is a... So, a little while back, and at the store, someone brought in an NES console that they found in, like, their grandparents' attic or something like that after they inherited their home. And it didn't even look like it was touched. Like, the entire thing looked brand new. There was no yellowing, no anything to it, honestly. And I immediately was like, I want the controller. And sure enough, the controller was essentially, like, brand new. Like, no wear and tear on it whatsoever. I actually thought about back when I was looking at the possibility of buying like a really expensive Switch-based mechanical Switch-based controller, of just going out and buying a box of brand new NES controllers. And you can get a box of NES controllers for about $650 to $700. And I was kind of like weighing my options, because to get a controller with mechanical switches, it was about $300, but to get two brand new NES controllers with all new rubbers and everything would have been about the same price, but you get two of them. So it's kind of like, which do you go for? And then I was like, I'm probably going to end up playing a lot more variety, so I'm not going to waste the invested time, invested money. These buttons are way stiffer. That's what we like here. We like stiff things here, but including stiff humor. Lol. How funny would it be if all of a sudden I just like pull out a PB? I mean, awesome, not funny. Mashing on this one is a little finicky because the A and B buttons are like super stiff. Once I play on it for a little bit though, they'll loosen up, I'm sure. that damage boost on the second tornado too quickly. Yeah, what's up, Sir Dash? How are you doing today? I guess it's Monday for you, hey? Toasty! Thanks for that stream streak. I can't see what the number is, but I'm sure it's ridiculously high. 4:11 a.m. My God, man. Do you not sleep? Too wide on that one. Overall, it was a pretty good way down. I wouldn't be able to function off of just 4 or 5 hours. There's like some days that I need to like actually sleep for like 12 to 14 hours, which is ridiculous, but otherwise I just feel like absolute crap. But that's mainly because I'm usually in that much pain that my body just doesn't rest. Yo, what is up, Indy? Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Spots. I'm a speedrunner of Megaman 2, Megaman X, Megaman X3, variety streamer, and also play casual
Alert.
JRPGs.
An incoming raid has been detected.
Ooh, that's all I've been getting with Bubble Man today, dude. Any golds or PBs? Nothing wrong with getting some paces. Don't break. My runs have been poo. I've been having controller issues. But I got back to my nest brick. I've been having a lot of like brain fog moments where I've been forgetting the menus. But we're on a pretty good run right now. So you came in at a fairly decent time. Do I have any mods in chat that can give Indy a shoutout? And of course I went for the wrong stage. Why not? Why not? Okay, let's roll with it. We're gonna do Buster only on Heatman, apparently. Wow! I'm not used to how stiff these buttons are. Nope. Okay, it's over. I thought I might be able to try to save it a little bit, but not really. Definitely is a good controller though, but yeah, the rubbers are super tight. But yeah, I had to give up using the Wii U Pro Controller with the retro receiver because I started noticing that some of my diagonal inputs weren't going in, and then I noticed the thing that made me switch was that my jump heights were inconsistent. I would do like a very light press, like a flick on the controller, and it would do like a full jump. So that prompted me to basically say, nope, I'm done with that. And I've been having issues with the retro receiver anyways, with the Wii U Pro Controller, just because sometimes it would kill a bunch of the inputs, as well as it would turn as like vibration on, or hold like a button down for no reason. So I was like, I'm not gonna deal with that no more. So, all reliable. Have you done any more Street Fighter 2 or anything? And not Street Fighter 2, Streets of Rage 2. You say Street, and you immediately want to say Fighter, just because it's more, like, commonly known one. I was too late. Too late. Better there than later. First thing about having a stiff controller is, even though you have really good connectivity and everything, is just to push back from the buttons themselves. Oh, that's where the blisters come from. least this one has a NES D-pad in it. I don't know what the heck was up with the other one. The other one was like a fidget spinner. Seriously, on every single edge of the D-pad, it was missing like 0.5 millimeter, so it was just like sliding around in the molding. I'm like, definitely not correct. Also, just a heads up for anybody that'd be interested in following. I'm also going to be live streaming my runs and Megaman content on YouTube, so be sure to check it out or check me out over there. Same name, blind_spotx. Trying to build up viewership and subscriptions and everything over there to be able to be monetized and everything. Apparently is a pretty steep threshold for monetization on YouTube. They really don't want to pay people. I don't know what the revenue split is like. I've actually thought about trying out Kick. I know a lot of people are like super against Kick, but right now I'm just trying to figure out ways of expanding my audience kind of thing. I could do TikTok, I guess. Or, no I can't, because I need to get a bunch of... I would need to post a bunch of shorts on TikTok first. Because they also safeguard that. Has anybody had experience with Kick? Like, can anyone confirm it's really that bad streaming over there? I have heard stories of people not getting paid, or getting paid very late, or something like that, but honestly, I don't really care, as long as it, you know, gets more people interested in Mega Man 2. That is the goal. Get this community pumped up again. Though it should be anyways, with Alice's tournament coming up soon. I imagine that Mega Man 2 is probably going to take off like a rocket here in popularity again. Very, very soon. If it hasn't already. Sweet, we're up to 329 followers. My personal goal would be to get to like 500 followers by the end of the year, but I think that might be a little much to ask. that way too wide. Giggity. I blame the music. The music in this game makes it really hard to leave. Also, welcome on in. That's what I find the most addicting about Mega Man games. Yep. 100%. Sound in a video game for me is what draws me in and keeps me there and keeps me wanting to play it again and again. If it has a bad soundtrack, but it's a good game, it still makes it really hard to get into. Oh, come on. I jumped too soon. So what was your PB in this game? And what category were you running? Oh, no. I messed that up bad. Damn, that's actually really good for any percent. I've never done any percent in Mega Man 2, but it's mainly because setting up some of the glitches and zips and stuff I think would be way too difficult for me to pull off consistently. That's why I kind of stick with glitchless no zips. Not because I just prefer it, it's literally just ability. Lots of patience, a lot less coordination. My sub-30 brick wall will fall eventually, someday. And when that happens, I will be very happy. Of course, it's not going to happen if I keep on messing that jump up. I don't know many people that are running any percent category right now other than the Indian runner. A lot of people in the any percent community seem to have like vanished. Could just be that I don't really follow a lot of them as well. I find with Mega Man 2 speedruns, it comes in spurts. During like the winter summer months, it's usually not very popular, but when the fall comes around, everybody picks it up. Which is bizarre to me, because you would think, you know, fall, you want to start transitioning into, like, horror games, like Resident Evil and Silent Hill and stuff. I know that's going to be my plan, is that I'm going to be doing a lot more, like, darker, gothic-based themed games, coming in the fall, so Castlevania is... Oh, I can't wait till the new Castlevania game comes out. I'm gonna be streaming that like day one. Resident Evil, I'm gonna try my best at the classic Resident Evil games, like Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3. Depending on how that goes, I'll probably try out Resident Evil 4. Not really that concerned about anything else. Oh, I love Nightmare on Elm Street. It was one of the few games that I had growing up that we could use the 4 score with that would keep me and my brothers from arguing over who got to play the Nintendo. Yo, thanks for that follow. Actually, last October... Oh, I'll wait till ads. Wait till the ads are up, then I'll finish that story. I feel bad someone follows ads, hit them right in the face right away after. Oh, come on. Oh yeah, that wasn't too bad. A little shaky, but should still keep us in the green. Sweet. Sweet. So, what I was saying is, the funny thing about A Nightmare on Elm Street is last October, me and a couple other streamers did a collaboration where we all loaded it up on RetroArch and did a 4-player playthrough of Nightmare on Elm Street. It was pretty rough, not gonna lie. That game is really unforgiving. But it was hilarious and fun. Fighting over is like, who gets to be the ninja? Nice. Monster Party. I'm not sure if I've seen it before. If I have, I don't remember it. Let's see. I'll have to look it up. I actually got a copy of Friday the 13th too. I gotta play at some point. That's a nice little quick speed run right there. What? Kid with a baseball bat who can turn into a gargoyle by taking a pill. I mean, by that logic, we could all turn into gargoyles by taking a pill if we really wanted to. But that actually kind of reminds me of an old cartoon, My Pet Monster. I used to love that when I was a kid. My pet monster, boop 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 doo doo doo. God, I'm old. There we go. And that's how we do those jumps. Halfways. Still got it. We're good. I'm an early 90s kid. But would probably identify more with the 80s material content because I was like super into like the OG Transformers, He-Man, and the Masters of the Universe. Rock Lords, GoBots. Trying to think of all the other cartoons I watched when I was a kid, like, that would have been from the 80s. G.I. Joe, obviously. If you watch Transformers, you watch G.I. Joe, because they came on one right after the other. Playing a dangerous game there. C4. I'll get this in a second. Need to concentrate here. Sag. 2, 3. We'll see if Indy poisoned the stream with his 3 bubbles. For me, it was Fraggle Rock, G.I. Joe, Transformers, and there was another show, and I'm trying to remember what it was. Like, that was the earliest, like, 80s lineup of cartoons I can remember. In the 90s, it changed to, like, the ABC lineup, where it was, like, Fraggle Rock, Captain Planet, Ninja Turtles, Samurai Pizza Cats, and something else. But Transformers was removed from the lineup. Which made me sad. But I think kind of like the networks in Canada were trying to move away from things to do with war at that time. So G.I. Joe and Transformers kind of got canned. Don't know if I can make this or not. That's why we always second guess ourselves. Because I'd rather lose like a full second than a whole run. Too close. Did way too many stupid things there. But we're still saving a bunch of time. Yo, thanks for that follow. Very much appreciate that. Follows are kept anonymous. So that if you just want to hang out and lurk, you can go right ahead. We are very lurking friendly here. Yeah, 80s. I end up watching like a lot of, well, listening to in a lot of cases, a lot of cartoons and stuff when I was a kid because I spent a lot of time in hospitals. And there was not really much else to do than watch TV. One of my all-time favorite cartoons from the early 90s, though, has to have been Saturday morning Sonic the Hedgehog. That was... oh, I love that cartoon so much. I really wish it never got canceled. Hey, we got the despawn for once. Save that barely. Still losing time here, but not too much. Blammo. I still have a giant gold that I need to cash in on Crash at some point. That's definitely not how we start with that. No! Oh, mistakes are made. Big mistakes are made. Oh, man. Yeah, Definitely not getting that gold today. Not on this one, anyways. Get up there. I think I need to do some crash practice. Oh, yeah, okay. Run is dead. Run just died a horrible, horrible death. That's sad. Oh, we'll keep going. I try not to reset unless I do, like, get a death or something. There's always the opportunity for gold. Plus, we're still getting used to a controller, so... Ooh, no, that's not good either. Man, I never even had a chance on this run. From minus, like, a second and a half to plus, like, 20 seconds. And we didn't get the one shot. Literally, like, the slowest crash man I've ever done. Oddly enough, with plus 17, I could probably still come very close to a PB. That's how bad my Wily 5 is. But I basically need to go for, like, every single risky thing that I can possibly go for. Flip that bird around. We don't want him in front of us. That's low. That's really low. Okay. Still fine. Where am I? I don't... It's so funny. I don't like it when I grab the side of the ladder. A lot of people that speedrun this game, like, are tickled pink when they grab the side of the ladder. Especially in the any percent run, because I'm pretty sure you need to grab the side of the ladder for any percent to get good positioning for that clip. Take that, dragon. I did that way too soon. Mistakes were made. Many mistakes were made. God. Got no safety net here. We need to not get hit. Yeah, we're not going for double KO. Where's the wily septic tank? Oh, it's gonna be brutal on the eyes. I legitimately can't see right now. I had to basically baby my way through there because the screen is literally blinding me. I'm gonna have to adjust the brightness. I jumped too soon. I'll put on. Oh hell. The purple hell looks okay. Lots of item 3 left. Oh, we still do this. Close. Ah, damn it. It was a good fight, but no transfer. Yeah, well, I placed the crash bomb on the top right one too low. If I put it a little tiny bit higher, it would have been fine. Oh, that was terrible. Split my menus. Bad Wily 5. Really bad. Hi, Metal. Bye, Metal. Oh, that's not good. Yeah. We do not hug the Wily machine. Hugging the Wily machine is bad. I mean, I'll give him a hug as long as he doesn't take it half of my health. I mean, that's too much of a commitment. Get bubbled on. Alright, what do we end up with? 3041, not bad. Yo, thanks for the GGs. Thanks for the GG's Ilfarian. Thanks for the GG's Exasorangutan. Ah, you did up E-Tank like I did, except I have GG tanks. Still 3041, not too shabby. I also split late on the Wily Alien too, so. No, they're fine. Oh, they were too. It, man. A better time to make adjustments to your splits than when you're waiting for the credits to finish rolling. And the ads to end. I think that looks a little bit better. I'll make sure it's all squared up and stuff once I end stream. I didn't accidentally click and drag the corner to begin with. I wouldn't have had this issue, but I'm a dummy. Honestly, anything below below a 31 time is pretty decent for me after coming back to this from not playing it for a while. And also swapping controllers midstream. Because that was the thing that happened. Ugh. I have too many screens open. Way too many. Alright. Shall we try that again? I gotta hydrate. Oh, just a reminder to any of the oldies that are back, there are, or the regulars that are back that haven't been around for a while. There's a whole new plethora of emojis available to followers. We have the G tank, the L tank. You can put them together to have a GG, or put them together to have a GL. Or if you really like their TVs, you can put them together to have an LG. Raid icons and some newly polished icons as well. Emojis, whatever you want to call them. Thank you for that follow. Once again, those follows are kept anonymous in case you guys just want to lurk and enjoy the stream in peace. I somewhat wonder about the decision for anonymity when it comes to followers, because you have some streamers that are like me right now that do the anonymous thing, and some that actually give like recognition to the person following. I think it's kind of like a 50-50 split on whether or not people want to be recognized or not. But I'm also one of those people that likes to err on the side of caution. But I do love and appreciate all the people who do follow the channel and my content. I definitely would not be able to do this or have any kind of community without you. Thought for sure I was gonna mess that up. I went really far right there. Good. Bit slow on that cloud. In my head, it was like screaming, "Pause buffer! Pause buffer!" That was a good Airman intro too. That sucks. I might just... I keep saying it, but yeah, I probably should just pause buffer anyways, just to be on the safe side, at least until I get my sub 30. Because, yes, I lose like a full second of my time, but it's better than having to redo Flashman, go through cutscene, and everything else all over again. It's just safer. Do like marathon safe strats. Speaking of which, within the next week or so, I will have confirmation whether or not I will be able to go ahead with the giveaway that was supposed to be done at the beginning of the summer. So definitely keep an eye out on Discord and in chat for any updates pertaining to that. As it is right now, the giveaway prize would be either both together or a combination of the two, of a North American Super Nintendo Model 1 with all the connectors and whatnot. If you are from outside of North America, you will have to get your own AC brick. I cannot supply that to you. As well as a complete in-box copy of The Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past. Model 1 copy, or release copy, so it's not the player's choice copy. CIB. It's also in pretty dang good shape. And then to enter it, all you have to do is be, well... Apparently I can't jump. To enter, the only thing that you'll need, off the top of my head, I'll have the actual rules written down in the future, at a future date, is that you'll have to have had an account that was created this year, before a certain date. Or not this year, before, other way around. Before a point this year, I'm not going to say it right now, just in case. Thanks, Opharian. I don't know how I was doing it this entire time. I was trying to hit the button on the back, but it wouldn't move. But yeah, you'll have to have had an account created before a certain date, and that's to combat people making like a bunch of accounts just to enter in for the contest, as well as you'll have to be followed to the channel. You'll be able to enter in through multiple methods. I'm hoping to be able to find a way to incorporate bits. But as it is right now, it'll probably be... Reset. It'll probably be through subscriptions and through... subscriptions, gift subs, and channel points. It'll actually be the very first giveaway I've ever done on this channel, so I hope it all goes well. And I hope that I can actually go through with it. If I do get cleared to go back to work sooner than expected, then all it means is that the giveaway is going to be delayed, not canceled. That'll probably be delayed until sometime in the fall, like around Thanksgiving or something. Because the transition of going back to work is going to be pretty stressful and very cumbersome. So I probably won't have the opportunity to stream a whole lot while that's going on. Much better. Also, right now, I am trying my best to schedule my streams at least a day ahead of time, so that way you guys know in advance when I will be on. I can't commit to a consistent schedule at this moment until I hear back from my doctor and maybe plan some more things out. Consistency will be, at least I'll be on, or try to be on as many days as I can, but the times may change. Bonking on drills. That was a good one. Scary. Whew, got lucky on those drops. I was gonna say something, but I was like, nope. If I say it, they'll drop it. Nice. Okay, we got the backup pattern. Could be saving some time there. Breaking even. But we got more time save in a lot of other places. Unfortunately, air and heat are my biggest ones, but air is kind of a butt and very much reliant on whether or not it's going to give me good patterns. And if I know how to jump and shoot like a pro. Anyone ever watch that Egoraptor video, Sequelitis, where he talks about Megaman and calls him Jump and Shoot Man? Riding on cars! I love Megaman X. Got too fast. Kinda good. That was alright. A little bit behind my average, but not too bad. Come on, good medium pattern. That's like one of the worst things that can happen because he jumps so high you can't catch him. That's like the reverse high pattern. We're all zeros all the way. Come on. Oh, it's too high. It's gonna despawn. No, it didn't despawn. Wow. I was about to say Metal Man stage save, but no. Womp womp. Time. Still was only 2 seconds. We're still good. We're still good. Oh, that's okay. Womp 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 womp. This was such a good run too, man. I did it again. This is what I should have did before. See if I can remember how I did that. There was a trick that I used to do. I'm trying to remember how I did it. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Reset. I didn't have enough item to do what I wanted to do anyways. You can pretty much do what you do in Metal Man stage, where you can place the item 2 at the end waterfall, and because Mega Man is above that threshold line, the enemies that are coming down can't interact with them. I've often actually wondered if you could actually save more time doing it that way, and actually doing the frog part at the beginning on foot. Like, use item 1 to jump over the frogs, and then use item 2 to do the last waterfall. Or, oh yeah, no, I guess you can't do that because you don't have we don't have item 1 at that point. Doi. How was it that I did it before? I mean, you can just use metal blades, I guess. Pretty sure there's a way that you can use metal blades to get through the frog section without any issues. Or any horizontal momentum slowdown. Now, because the frogs only have hitbox on the bottom half of their body, they're like reverse Bowsers. You could technically place an item 2 on the last one and jump onto it and take it across. And still have enough item to... Yeah, that wouldn't work, damn. Yeah, because that's what I used to do, is I used to place the item 2 there, and then place it at the end, and that gave me enough momentum that I could get across. Then you wouldn't have, like, the ups and downs of the platform on the end waterfall. It's something I'm gonna have to test out. I'm certain that somebody thought about it at some point. I just... Like, every time I watch people speedrun Mega Man 2, it's like... You're watching the same thing every single time with very slight differences, usually based on skill level, or personal ways that they want to do, like, trick setups and everything. But essentially, it's usually all the same thing. And I keep looking at it and I'm just like, there's gotta be a route, or some form of routing, that has been missed. I don't want to believe that the way that everything is now is the way that it's going to remain. So I keep on looking at different, like, strategies that might be slightly faster and try to think outside of that box. That's why I like seeing new people pick up games and not use tutorials to teach them how to do things and let them figure it out for themselves, is because it's those new people that usually find the most interesting tricks that completely break open those runs. For example, like this, the way that I deal with Flashman. It's not the wiggle strat. It's not, like, profoundly the better strategy, but for anyone that's new starting out, it's a lot easier to do than the wiggle strat. You only lose, like, 1/4 of a second, not even. And it's still substantially better than doing the jump, like the regular stay on the left and jump strategy. It's fine. If I didn't pick it up there, I would have ended up picking up the one, like, right on the end of that pit. So, whatever. This game hates me. It gave me the bait pattern, then it gave me the god pattern, and it gave me the pattern after the god pattern, the only one that can completely just negate the god pattern. Like, come on, man. That's just RNG fuckery at its finest. Way too wide. And hit the corner. Weird, I saved time there somewhere. I don't know where. Nice. Big time save and quick. Oh yeah, we pulled that back. We pulled that back hard. My Metal Man stages today have been like lit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Favorite thing to do in this game is time my shots to that music. And then mess up Metal Man right after it. My skill level's getting back there, slowly but surely. Lag. What? Too bad. drops. That's good. We need like a no bubble or one bubble. I got speared. Still, there's a pretty decent run. As long as I can manage to pull off a good Heatman, we'll probably end up at least -3 or 4 coming out of here. Corner ropes there, but not too bad. Come on, give me a 30-30. That'll put me way up there. That was actually a really good Heatman stage. $30-60. Still lower than average, so I'm not going to complain about it. Ha! Called it -3. You know you played the game enough when? Gotta lock it in now. Cannot afford to take that hit. Okay. So we're back down to probably +2 or 3. But that's fine. It's 5. Ugh. Barely came back from that. Too low. No! God damn it. Oh, I'm ashamed. Definitely need to do some crash practice. By at least like plus, I say +5, at least 20 or +21 right now. Oh, even worse. It was such a good run up until Wood and Crash. Wood and Crash just completely bleh me. Thanks for that follow. Very much appreciate that. 23. Yuck. How do I go from -3 to +23? That's like 26 seconds gone. That was not good. I'm gonna be short on item 3. Bad ladder? Nope. One of the best tracks in any Mega Man game ever. Get right, dragon. Blown away. Am I gonna save time here? No. Oh, yep, I did. I saved almost 2 seconds. Well, no. Second and a half. Still, time saves, time save. Tick. Crap. Extra tick and nowhere to blow it. To try to adjust my eyes. Highway 3 is really bright. Oh, that's not a super start. Good. We're gonna make it. Yes. Cool. Ah, damn it. I don't think you can get over that anyways. Might be able to. Oh, we ain't saving time here. Not losing a whole lot either. I can silver item 3 a little bit. And it worked, so awesome. I didn't get the ladder bump. Womp womp. Got it. Oh, what? I was not supposed to pick that up. Buster only strats. Oh, and that's the end of the run. Because I can't recover from this. Yep. Oh, that's disappointing. I turned around too quickly and dropped the crash bomb behind me. That is unfortunate. Yo, what's up, Greeter? Yeah, Boot Beam is a bit of a unforgiving kind of boss. If you're going through it casually, it's not so bad because any of the walls that you break with your crash bombs beforehand don't respawn unless you're game over. It makes the fight a lot easier. I think that was kind of like the intent that Capcom had at that time, is that they wanted you to lose on that fight to have to come back and fight it again. Because, I mean, the only way that you can do it in one go is to do things like pulling off, hitting one of the boo beams at the same time as taking out a wall. And by default, the explosion from the crash bombs are not big enough to do that very easily. Or accidentally, for that reason. Kinda lame, but it is what it is. Yeah, it's not so bad. Hang on, I can... Yeah, no, never mind. You guys have to take my word on that. I was gonna say, I could load up a save state and show you, but then I had to find where I put my EverDrive, and I don't know where it is right now. But yeah, you can basically go in with crash bombs, take out all the walls, die, then refill your crash bombs, come back, and all the walls will already be gone. It's just a matter of you can't get a game over. If you get a game over, all the walls come back. Also, if you want it to be a little bit easier, to make sure that you might even accidentally be able to get a wall and a boo beam at the same time, if you use your leaf shield power up any time in the level, it actually expands your crash bomb radius by like a pixel or two on all ends. So it makes it a lot easier for you to to hit 2 targets at the same time with with 1 bomb. That's why I do it. That and switching the leaf shield for that long hallway, for me anyways, makes it a lot easier. Yeah, man, no problem. Oh, that was a weird fight, but we'll keep it. Yeah, there's a lot of little things in Mega Man 2 that are kind of not really written in rules. I just screwed that up. No, okay, that's still good. The fact that the leaf shield expands the blast radius of the crash bomb is 100% a glitch. But in my opinion, it was probably meant to be that wide to begin with, to keep in pace with the hitbox of Leaf Shield, which is why it does it in the first place. It probably actually prompts a code to correct the blast radius. So, yeah. I miss that jump so not very often anymore since I found out, like, the good timings for it. I'm invading your cloud, get off! No. My cloud now. Also, if you have any trouble getting across pits or anything, or you see that you're really close to a ledge, but you're not going to quite make it, if you pause the game, it actually resets Mega Man's fall velocity, but not his horizontal. So you can actually do what's called the pause buffer trick. And when you do that, you can actually nudge Mega Man a little bit closer to the ledge. Than you would if you just straight fell. The place where you just saw me use it there, that's one of the most common places you'll see people use it. But you can use it in other places as well, especially in like a casual playthrough. Like there's a spot in Metal Man stage where there's an E-tank, but it's almost like, looks like a trap. That if you go for it, you can't get back across without dying. But you can actually pause buffer your way back across the gap. Yeah, I love just giving out little tidbits of information. Not everybody's going to speedrun this game, but it's a great game to play just casual. It's just, you need to have some proper tools to combat the BS. Makes it a lot less frustrating. Oh, definitely. But Mega Man 2 in particular has so many like hidden things that you can use and make the game a little bit more approachable, which is why for a lot of people Mega Man 2 ends up being their first speedrun. Those dang pre-rolls. trying to think if there's any other casual friendly piece of information I can think of. Pause buffer, blue beam fights. I'll wait until the ads are done. Yeah, I just gotta go for that. That would have been me dropping into the pit if I kept going the way that I was going. Yay, I didn't despawn the cloud by accident this time. Yeah, just trying to think of any other tricks that I can mention. That up. Sure, let's pick up all the health. Oh yeah, the birds. That's one thing to keep in mind. So the birds will continuously spawn from the opposite side of the screen that you're facing. Nice. Wow! Out of a 6 hours, almost 6 hour stream, we got one god pattern. Woo! Okay. So in some cases, you can actually trick the birds to run with you rather than run into you. So it causes their spawn triggers to be spaced out more, so you're not getting spammed by the little egg drops and little birds. Makes it a little bit easier in places like Airman, that one section in Woodman stage, and Wily 1, where you had to deal with those birds. Also Crashman. Because you can, in theory, do the crash ladder climb without any of those birds ever hitting you, as long as you're facing to the left when you're going up the ladder. Now, the important thing to remember when doing it in Crash is you would think that if you're facing to the left, and you go up the ladder, that the bird's gonna come from the left and knock you off. That wasn't supposed to happen. But the weird mechanic of Megaman is that when you climb the ladder and you get to the top, it flips you around. So essentially, when you look to the left, then climb the ladder, when you transition to the next screen, you're actually looking to the right, which causes the bird to spawn on the right. And when the bird spawns on the right, it can't hit you. Quick man down. Good tip. I mean, I could say that. I was terrible at this game when I was a kid, too. I never actually finished the game when I was a kid. I would make it as far as Heatman, and then the Yoku blocks just destroyed me. Okay, let's pretend that didn't happen. Yep. Making so many mistakes right now. Gotcha. Yeah, the Wily stages can be pretty unforgiving. Wily 4 is definitely the bane of a lot of people's existence. Wily 1 and 4 are usually seen to be the showstoppers. Wily 2 is not too bad. Once you memorize the Pico Pico pattern, then it's pretty doable. And once you memorize all the weaknesses, then all the refights are just easy. Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Twitch does not like early bubble or end of bubble. Basically, bitrate go into the negatives. I'm streaming at like 13,000 bitrate right now, and it still makes it cry. No! How did I miss that? That jump is actually really tricky. You got, I think it's like a 4-pixel window. There. Also there, as long as you just keep running to the right, the only enemy that you have to deal with is the last enemy that spawns from the waterfall. One of those weird times where doing the speedrun strat is easier than doing it casual. Yeah, exactly. And a lot of retro games are like that, and I find a lot of people haven't the majority of people still haven't figured that out. That they think that they see a speedrunner speedrunning the game, but no, in a lot of cases, that game would actually favor if you move quickly, because if you took your time and lingered too much, it gives too much time for the game to like spawn in a bunch of enemies or respawn a bunch of enemies. Like the game is basically thinking that you are constantly moving, not stopping and going kind of thing. Most common example, and I'm sure that if they're still here, Exas Orangutan will agree with, is Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden punishes, absolutely punishes casual players. Oh crap. Ah crap. We're gonna reset. Ninja Turtles does it too, where if you walk too far, if you kill something and then walk too far away from a spawn point, then the enemy just comes right back. Or multiples of that enemy will come right back. So you're better off just run as fast as you can and try to avoid stuff. Oh, we're pretty much near the end of the stream. So, we're nearing the end of the stream. Is there anything in Mega Man 2 that you would like to see? Like any particular parts that you were having issues with? I'm still gonna show off a couple of speedrun / casual run friendly need more shelf space. Speedrun and casual run friendly strategies to get past some tough areas. So I'll showcase a couple of things here. I'll go to the Wily stages. Okay, so I'm gonna move to the right, and the first bird is gonna show up. But now, if I look to the left, the next time it shows up, see, it appears on the left. But if I look to the right again, it'll appear on the right. So that you can manipulate the control there. So what speedrunners will do is they'll kill this one, come up this way, look to the left really quick, in order to force the bird to spawn there, so that way another one doesn't come back. And the reason why another one doesn't come back is just like a lot of old video games. You can only have so many sprites on the screen at a time. So those little birds that spawn from the egg actually take up that sprite count and prevent another bird from spawning in. Another thing to keep in mind as well, if you're trying to like do resource management, because in the Wily stages your resources carry over from one stage to the other. Right? So another fun trick to do with Mega Man 2 is if you try to spawn like an item too close to a wall, then it doesn't do anything. However, if you spawn it like that, it also does not do anything. So you can actually get... It only uses up like the one tick, but normally if you like back up here, it'll use 2 ticks. So you want to, or when you're trying to conserve, especially item 2, as much as possible, you want to place it like as close as you can to the wall so that it only ever consumes 1 tick. And that's how you see a lot of speedrunners get through Heatman stage very quickly, because we use a method of, and mix a method of using only 1 tick of our item 2, but we also use the Yoku blocks in order to destroy the item 2 before it even has a chance to move, which consumes no ticks whatsoever. Ah, I almost got it. Too slow. Too slow. Oops. Ah. Why can't I get this? I had to wait until I disappear. There we go. Whee! Or you can just do that. Then you just skip all of Heatman. I'm not a good person to explain how that works. So you see, I place it right next to the wall, it only burns 1 tick. Same thing there. And now here, to place the item 2, you see how the Yoku block destroyed the item 2? By doing that, it actually didn't consume any ticks. Same thing with this one right here. The Yoku block will come in and destroy it. And because by doing it that way, it gives us well more than enough item 2 that we can to be able to get across this gap without any kinds of issues. Now, if I just did that all willy-nilly and placed item 2s at far away from the wall, you would never have enough to make it across that lava pit, and then you would have to do the Yoku block puzzle, which nobody wants to do the Yoku block puzzle. It sucks. Let's go to Metal Man. Do I have a... So, for anyone that's not aware, I'll show you the Metal Man fight. Oh, this trick here. You see me jumping up into the, off the screen there? There is a horizontal line, an invisible horizontal line, which kind of makes it so you can't get hit by anything. So nothing can really interact with you. When you jump above that line, you can actually just fly through enemies like you had a damage boost. And that's why what I do there actually works. But now I'll show you one of the most common things that people do know is the trick with Metal Man. So, and it doesn't have to be quick boomerangs, it just happens to be that's what its weakness is. But if you enter in through this door and you fight Metal Man, holding down on the B button, then Quickman won't move for a while. After a while, he will continue to move, but he won't move while you're in there. Just watch. So he's just gonna stand there. And he stands there for a while. Also, when you're fighting Metal Man, he won't jump to the other side of the screen unless you cross the middle threshold. If you stay on the left or the right, he will stay on the left or the right. But as soon as you cross the middle, he will jump across. Oh, I got a good one. I'll do this in Wily 4. Alright. So, there are ladders in this game, and if you jump onto a ladder, your first instinct is, hey, if I press up, I'll, keep going up the ladder. However, in Mega Man 2, it has a very strange glitch and functions very weird. If you jump towards a ladder and you hit down, it will also grab the ladder, just like if you were climbing down the ladder. But if you jump off screen and hit down, it will grab the ladder on the next screen before it loads. That kind of causes the game to go like, oh wait, what's going on here? He was on this other screen before. Oh well, maybe we just lagged behind, and he's actually supposed to be higher up on this ladder. So what ends up happening is that it kind of stores in the memory like where you're supposed to be, and then tries to automatically correct it. So just watch. So we'll spawn that, and we hit down to grab the ladder. See how I didn't start at the bottom of the ladder? I started like halfway up this one. That kind of pushes you up a little bit more, but even more so than that, as soon as I hit the up button, it automatically just popped me right back up to the top of the ladder, where normally you would have to start down there and climb all the ways back up. So in full time, it looks like this. Oh, hang on. So you do that. Grab it. And I only got a little bump that time. And you do the same thing here. Now here is a little bit different, because we're actually going to use that bump to be able to place an item 3 on the wall, and then push Mega Man past the item 3 so that we can let go and land on it. Like that. Because normally, you would have to climb the ladder a little bit to be able to get on top of that item 3. Now, you can't do that here because we've already used our bump. And we bumped up the ladder there, we hit down to grab the ladder on the other side of the screen, and now we're at the top of that instead of climbing. The other fun thing, I'll do it on this screen here, is if you jump up and, like, you see how Mega Man's head is kind of like popping out above the ladder? If you jump and then press up, it'll just skip the ladder altogether. Like, you won't climb at all. So you'll see people come through the screen, and people can do it a lot faster than I can. So, look to the left. Left. Damn it. Damn it. And then you get your final ladder bump there. I messed it up, but yeah, that's how that works. Just a little explanation on how all those little glitches and everything work. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I could show that might be good for anyone who would be interested in playing this game casually. I can show the Boo Beam fight. Alright, so by default, and I already have the Leaf Shield charge, or Leaf Shield glitch already kind of preloaded in this. The speedrun route would be you place your item one here as close as you can here so that it despawns once you get up to the next platform so you can move on quicker. Because you can't open your menu while there's an item one on the screen. Then you have to do like a really tricky jump to get up there and blah 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 blah. Really annoying. So you can just do this another way. If you're doing this casually and you don't want to do all the fancy stuff, you just destroy this wall. Place your crash bomb there. That will take out 2 of those walls. Take it that one. Take it that one. Use your E-tank because I've taken a lot of damage. And say you're like in panic mode. You have no items left, kind of like what I'm in right now. So you're like, well, what am I gonna do? I can't get up there. Like, I'm stuck. Like, game over, man. Game over. No. Because you can do that. Now, you still only have 2 crash bombs left. So, in order to do that, or get around that, you will have to do a little bit of trickery. Oh. Ah, damn it. Hang on, let's see if I can get this. So, if you're really bad at dodging boo beams, watch this. There's 2 boo beams right there. Boom. Went right through me. You can pause buffer your way through not taking damage from the shots. And this is the way that you can do it without using any single items. No item 2s, no item 3s, or no items 1, 2s, or 3s. There we go. And that's the Buster only route. Now the Buster only route actually does something a lot different because I think they do a damage transfer as well. Yeah, I'm not sure how you do the damage transfer here. The trickiest is doing this jump. Now, someone with much better eyesight than me can line this up a lot better. You basically want to be on the very last pixel that you can be on before you fall, and then you can just jump up. For me, I find it using like the little bit of sliding that you get makes it a little bit easier for me. Oh, you dick. And that's it. Let's see. Oh, I know what I can do. I'll do one more thing. We're actually going to take an intentional death here. But we're going to destroy all the walls. Damn it. And I'll show you what I was talking about with the fact that it remembers how many walls were destroyed. Get up there. Okay. All the walls are gone. Oh no, I just died. What do I do now? So we end up back up here. We're gonna have to do a quick farm, sadly. Oh, perfect time for ads. Basically, you'll just hang out here for a little bit, kill some of these tellies. Get your crash bombs back. What I have there now is more than enough. Can I do this easily without... Yeah, no, I'll farm up some item 1 so I can get through that section. But this is the easiest place to farm items if you do run out. Some people will try farming the mecha jodes and stuff like that, and most of the time they spend way too much time doing that and end up taking way more damage than they actually, like, retain. Come on! Hey, one more little one or a big one? Ooh, actually, I need item 2. Just to be on the safe side. Just one. Damn it! That was it too. I won't get another one for a while. Grr. Cool. Got the health back. No! Why did you fall on the spike, you dick? I just need one more item drop, and then we can make our way back to the boss. Once again, this is more or less for the... No, not for farming. Not for showcasing, like, the casual way of doing Boo Beam. There we go. I mean, it's way more than what we needed there, but that's fine. Should have enough item 1 to do this. I hope. We're just trying to get back to the boss as fast as possible. Well, at least we still got all our item 2, and we didn't game over, so Boo Beam should still be there waiting for us. Oh, come on. I almost just did a damage boost to pick that item up. Yeah, that should be fine. I'll just do the long way. So we're actually going to do this the long way. The non-speedrun way. Jump up here, wait for hit that to come around. Do, and boom, we're done. Alright. So, 1, 2... There we go with our wood shield again. Because we want to get the... Ah, crap, this is gonna suck. Anyways, don't matter. We still got our E-tank, so now when we come in here, all the walls will be gone. See? No walls. And then you can just... And then if you want, you can just pause buffer and never take damage from Boo Beam. Come on, man. Get me up! Thank you. And it makes fighting Boo Beam a lot more manageable when you don't have to blow up walls along the way. And that would be the very casual way of doing that fight. Like I said, I'm pretty sure that's kind of the way that Capcom intended it to be. I'm almost 100% sure this was like one of the original trolls. But it definitely makes it a lot less frustrating. Because I know a lot of people will go do that fight, they'll die, and they're like, oh my god, I don't want to have to go back all the way through those spike rooms. I don't want to have to do the farming that I just did, just to have to, you know, try to figure that out all over again. And the good news is, you don't have to. Now, if you could actually, like quick warp there, it'd be great. But unless you're doing zips, yeah, you're kind of SOL on that one. Alright. That is going to be it for me for today. Thanks everybody for hanging out. We will be back on again tomorrow, noon? No, 9 a.m. Eastern is what I'm going for at least a 6 to 8 hour stream. Yo, no problem, Peter, and thanks for stopping by. I very much appreciate that. We're gonna raid on out to Grumpy Dad TV, who is doing some Mega Man 4 retro achievements. For anyone not familiar with retro achievements and what they are, they're basically an achievement system or trophy system for people who play old retro games on emulator. Unfortunately, they don't really have a way to easily do it for original hardware yet. If there was, I'd be all over it. But yeah, Grumpy Dad is all about the retro achievements, the LOLs, the TTS, buffoonery, the musical redeems and everything. So it's a good time, a good vibe over there. So hopefully you guys give them a warm greeting. And once again, thanks everybody for the raids today. Catching Fire 3, the Indian Runner, great guys. They also do speedruns of Megaman. I recommend checking them out. And yeah, I will see you guys all tomorrow. Everyone have a good one.